parts, I would just put Eric and Justin on the same email. Ordered more porta johns out there. Shut off the dump them. It's a call about every 2 days and it's backing up. So they increase the porta johns out there.
Do you want to name sewage pipe after your?
Yeah. I've heard a lot of
Porta potty.
I've heard a lot of
Put my name on it.
private porta potties.
As long as you inform all the citizens out there that this ain't gonna be done by September, apologize for the inconvenience. Talking point parties, distribute.
As long as I get to pick his walkout music.
What y'all doing?
Tony, getting us that notice to proceed date as well.
Yeah, that's gonna be, I'm gonna have a date once, because gotta do typical shop drawings, but we have an added layer of. Like, once I get that, I will definitely get y'all.
Okay, all right, good talk about Omega. Number 9, the economic building completion, we just went through a meeting with that, got it, it was about a major. The roof leak, it's not.
According to, yeah.
Purchasing, we put it out, we're within 10%. All right, number 11, Cape Town, septic tank and drain field. We got one that's gonna be repaired, we'll requisition for that. Talked about setting down, we can work with the department about just making that a project as a whole in the future for repair.
One's fairly new at the block house, so that one. They're redoing the one.
There's a big,
4. Got 5 more.
let us know because for that one, we still got artwork of the sheriff's office and some other people have. Where, it's all the board, association. Just keeps it informed because, wellness pavilion.
Have a meeting next week with
Services, future planning, transition still scheduled for fall.
correct. I've reached out.
And yeah, this is just our work where just people move. Fall timeline. That contract, remember, they were moving animal stuff too. There many talks about repurposing animal services at all. People move out, that's what it is, just trying to get some land.
Am I
It
understood,
does it.
environmentally, you can't.
Talk about making a park kayak launch, so the building. Or we gotta, like Fairmont, we gotta send people up there. Well, that and making sure that nothing gets built up. Out with somebody that's. Or anything, let us know. Station 1 and 22, transition and timing, still going late fall 2026, right? October. Or just a new station, so. Everything there, Chad? Station 1's new, that's just maintenance for us. They're gonna FEMA funding, you got a pre-bid meeting, man, March 19th. Gun range FEMA funding, real quick scope, it's just a burn building, are they doing classroom, water fountains, or anything like that? One I don't have on here. That pole's starting to stack up out there. Last time we, there's like 40 poles. Hey!
How far the nearest power pole is from that pond, cause they've been talking to about putting some aerators out there, and I don't think there's power close enough. Have a power pole put in for it. Power's by that, wires for that long distance. Especially if you probably buy the wire big enough to go that far, but you wouldn't be able to.
Let us know if you have any questions about this. Pole's all built out and stuff. Another thing with wool, just so y'all know, we're trying to figure out if there's a ability to do some repairs up.
There was, I guess,
How you doing, sir?
well,
Who are we looking for? Or is it, 3:30, sir?
yeah,
Give us a little bit, we're wrapping all this up.
Sorry.
Thank you.
sorry.
Yes, sir.
Jeff Johnson was talking about trying to Jeff had called me, I guess, right before Clay Day. I don't own the property, that's, more of a out there. With it, he said he had $100,000 to put a building in. He has an idea of what he wants to do, but
touch base with him, because I'm worried he's trying.
He's talking about being a donation. Ms. Veronica, do you want to run through the project list real quick? We got 8 minutes and then we'll. Well, I was just about to say, is there any projects on your project list you need information from us, or you think it'd be good for us to do? both sides, these damn guys. Got anything else? Just go to Jim and myself, you know, as things come along, I'll probably tee up my tractor for us, what, like we normally did. Part of this and that and stuff. Anything else, sir?
I got nothing.
Added CCS, that was good. All right, did we miss anything?
Heading to the shower.
$1.9 million estimate. That via email, and try to be good steward of people's time. Listen, this is our meeting, everybody comes up here, we're all very close and interconnected, collaboration is the term, okay? Purchasing anything? Anything in this group right here, just approve it, yes. Give me the access to work there real quick. Very good.
Question mark, everybody here.
Update, but bottom line is, that was not the crew that did the install. They sent out a scoping crew separate from whoever did the install. They did confirm. When they left, the one they
Don't know if it's gonna get done before the fair or not. So everybody for the group, remember the Fair Association gets the fairground March 15th. It's theirs. We're also talking about digging that trench line across the fairground. It's like digging across the gun range. This. Hey, I'll go ahead and send out an invite for maybe next month, or probably be 2 months. I think we're on a good communication email. Yeah, we'll get those talking point cards. Thank you very much. I appreciate y'all's time. Stick around for the tourism if you want to. TBC.
Yep, so we misinterpreted that email. They only shut down the restroom from email written.
Right.
So they're open, it's just the shutdown is that. That's why I went out there, I like, they're open.
You're gonna pay for EMC or like,
Yeah, it's not a revenue thing. Yeah, they're open.
Contact the engineer record, try to figure out what was the scope. I mean, what's different is that they get pushed around. That's why we don't get a video, right? That's even the, when you see that in the video, I mean, when you turn it,
I told him when you
it's
said
flat like this. Or you say, yeah, say the last is pushed down.
The two plumbers around there, I was literally
She sent
there.
us photos of.
And I told him it might be the easiest 4 hours.
I did not have my head real
She's
free.
already got.
So Tony's contacting,
So.
Red Hall actually,
So
hey,
the
listen,
first one was there.
what we can tell the contract, I'll just contact him, just in case.
He's fixing to ask.
I got a hold of that.
Contractor, video that line, say,
The dad.
His contract.
Yeah, right, right.
I left the message, I was like, oh, means of validation.
Of course, now, I will say the last time that you can come in, we're wrapping up.
I can't describe, they were busy doing plumber, like plumbers, our plumber, and their plumbers.
Rolling line, you can see it, see what they do. But, you know, right, right.
I'll wait on the video, but if we see standing water there, then they saw standing water on their
Or it's reverse slope.
What's going on, Neil?
I wrote at Summer. No, it was last week.
I don't know, do we sit where we pretend like we always usually sit?
Just sit where we want and they have to figure out what.
Yeah, they saw.
No, no.
We have that.
Y'all don't want that because we'd be done in about an hour. No,
Done.
And it holds the water.
that's exactly how this would roll.
Yeah, right?
We don't need animals and numbers.
We're gonna find out if this computer will last the whole meeting.
There was a lot of people there, I was like, let me, because they were late. Well, they had to get to 295.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we do. Well, we all just sat like, you know,
You can sit wherever you want.
no, we've been sitting like we've been sitting.
I know, right?
Every time humans do the same thing. You know how they say that do always the same thing?
Exactly.
We so should have just turned it around.
You really, I was thinking,
Yeah.
I was gonna say just like
Yeah,
switch it up.
Kevin and I should have switched.
Change
Would've thrown
everybody.
everybody off.
Right?
I haven't heard from Daisy yet.
good with you? Yeah. Nice.
Hey, you doing all right? Good to see you.
Good to see you.
All right, if everybody can please stand for the invocation. Oops. Heavenly Father, we come before you this afternoon with grateful hearts for all the members of this Tourism Development Council, our tourism staff, the Clay County staff, and all of our residents who enjoy the outstanding recreation that Clay County has to offer, and the visitors that come to Clay County. We ask that you continue to bless this council and the minds that sit up here to make decisions that have a positive impact on our community. In your heavenly name we pray, amen. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'd like to call to order the Tourist Development Council meeting for March 4th, 2026, and start with introductions.
Neil Porter, Accommodations.
Debbie Beal, citizen, Keystone Heights.
Kim Evans, Accommodations.
John Scromolo, Clay County Commissioner, District 1.
David Diaz, citizen.
Kevin Robert, Accommodations.
Adrian Andrews, citizen.
Teddy Meyer, Tourism Director.
Stephanie Lamb, Tourism Program Manager.
Awesome. And then please let the record reflect that Brian Knight and Sherry Starnes are not able to join us this afternoon. I'd like to move into the public comment portion of today's agenda. We do have 2 public comments. I'd like to welcome to the podium Mr. Scott Slater.
I'm not sure if Richard's going to ask me to speak during his presentation. If so, I'll defer that time to that presentation.
We can do that. That sounds good. Let's do that. That works. And then our next public comment is Miss Vivian Katz James. Same. Okay, you got it. Okay, perfect. That's great. Yeah, we are going to hear a presentation today about some lakes, which would be fantastic. So I'll move on to our first agenda item, the approval of the minutes. I'll take a motion for the Tourism Development Council minutes for January 7th.
I'll motion to approve the minutes.
Motion for approval. Second. And a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Moving on to our first presentation, the Advanced Travel and Tourism Marketing Update by Mrs. Van. Welcome, Mrs. Van.
Hello. Oh, can you hear me now? Okay. Hi, my name is Paula Van. This is my first meeting, and yes, I'm new with Advanced Travel, and I'm your new contact there. This is an overview of what we're going to talk about. I'm going to tell you a little bit about myself and what's going on at Advance and what we're doing with Clay County. So I've been in the tourism business for about 12 years, and I started out as a director of Columbia County TDC. I was there for 9 years, and then I moved into the data space where strategy, data analyst type thing, and working around that. And now I'm bringing all that together to work in the agency world. So I'm really excited to be here and work with you guys and keep moving Clay County forward. I am a Gator and a Tennessee volunteer, which is really weird, and I'm happy to explain that to anyone if you want to know more later. And I still live in Lake City, so I'm nearby and can hop over at any time. All right, let's see if I can work this. First up, we have the new neighborhood pages. This has been a project the team has been working on for a little bit. And what this does is it provides more content and context around your neighborhoods in the community. And it's going to be really great because potential visitors can dive a little bit deeper and learn more about how locals engage and what they like to do in the community as well. It has some SEO components to it as well to drive when people are searching for Clay County and certain places. It will make the site boost up on Google and Bing and things like that. Next up, as far as how things are performing, the website for January 2026 through February, we did this report kind of mid-February, so that was through that time, had 58,000 visitors, potential travelers go to your site and learning a little bit more about Clay County and things to do. Up at the top, you can see the channel which they came to the website. So paid social, which means they saw an ad on social media, display advertising, direct and organic search, and paid search. Sorry, I need my glasses. So you can see the paid social and display ads are the ones driving the greatest number of traffic, and that just means the ads are working well and doing what they're supposed to do. Out of all the visitors, 144,000 pages were observed or visited, and that means that they could have gone to the home page, events page, and different pages throughout the site. And the last metric noted there is 537 intentional actions. This is really great because this demonstrates there at the bottom the outbound lodging partner clicks. For example, 258 people clicked out to a lodging partner, which means that they found information around lodging or that partner through the Clay County site. And also you can see the other options or opportunities there for dining partners and shopping and visitor guides. So what's going on right now and what's coming up? The Scottish game social promotion just wrapped up, and I believe Cher's going to speak to that. Is maybe? Oh, okay, I was going to say, yeah, either way. Do you want me to say anything about it? Okay, if you want to, yeah. Okay. I thought you were going to talk about it.
So the Scottish Games paid social boost did perform very well, and that. Oh, pardon me. Sorry. Yeah, so the Scottish Games promotion, paid boosting through Meta, performed really well. I know that event just happened this weekend, but we did want to share the exciting news that we got a lot of great engagement on that post. We successfully delivered 60,500 impressions, and it generated over 15,000 posted engagements, which were 1,800 post reactions, nearly 300 comments, and 100 shares. So we just wanted to share that that was a really successful campaign.
Was that what was the actual post? Was it just about the event, or was it like an engagement where you interacted?
So, through our grant, they did a video promotion, and we posted that video organically on our Facebook and Instagram page, and that's was what was posted, what was boosted, and it was also a ticket giveaway. So we had all of the people that wanted to enter the contest comment and like the post, and that just generated a lot of engagement throughout the community.
Awesome.
Thank you for letting me call you on the spot. Okay, so that was a really successful campaign, and we're doing another one similar for the agricultural fair ticket giveaway through the same method coming up as well. The other item we recently completed, and you can go visit it, is in the Orange Park Mall. There is a new banner, and this is the banner that is displayed there in the middle of the mall. It looks amazing, and so residents and visitors can see it, and then you can take out your phone and scan the QR code and see what's going on in Clay County. So it's pretty awesome and something everyone should be proud of in the community. So that is all I have. Any questions?
Oh,
Nope.
good.
Okay.
Oh, well, sorry, one question.
Okay.
Sorry. And it's not related to your presentation, but good job, and really appreciate that. So I'm kind of intrigued. My background is in coaching, and I coached baseball for a long time.
Okay.
And you're from Columbia County in
So
Lake
you might
City.
have been to our sports park over there before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you talk about the impact that I know that you guys have like a sixplex of how that's in your experiences on a TDC in Columbia County with baseball and softball? Because that's where all the tournaments are, it seems like.
Yeah. No. I did a lot with that, and I actually worked on the new park that they're working on building as well, doing all the strategy and things around that. But yeah, there's 26 diamond fields there at Columbia County. It is a huge economic impact, and it's something that organically built as far as like back in the 80s, parents started building, and then later on, they just did a little bit more at a time. And then in the mid 2010s, we figured out, hey, we can make some money doing tournaments this way, and invest a little bit of money to make them tournament grade. And I don't know, have the exact economic impact numbers, but yes, was a huge success. And overall, there's now an extension park for the Flatfield park that's being built as well. I think there's around 32 tournaments a year, baseball, softball combined, and the new complex will be soccer, lacrosse, things like that. So the community saw a big impact and saw the good that came from it. So that's why they're expanding the program as well.
Over the years, how did the hotel, like, how many hotels have came, because of that venture?
Yeah. So when I started, I think there have been 6 hotels built, and then there's 3 more, I think, in queue still. COVID kind of messed things up, of course.
Mhm.
And so, yeah, so that was around 600 additional hotel rooms. And we had around 1,800 before that and then after. So, yeah.
Nice.
And a lot of the hotels are also being built geared toward families. So they're the extended stay, like the home 2 suites, townhome suites, things like that as well to help with
Nice.
that.
Awesome.
So,
That's very valuable feedback.
yeah,
Awesome.
no. It was a good
Welcome to the team.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's, thank you for your question. I was kind of worried because I was like, I'm a month and a half in and still learning a lot. So I'll be over here more and some other TDC meetings.
Awesome.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, so we're going to move on to our Airstream Ventures tourism update, and JR is with us today, I believe. Is he here?
Commissioner,
No? Oh,
he's
sorry.
still in route, so he's
Okay.
asked to maybe come back to that.
Okay, yeah, we'll skip that and come back to it, and we can do that, no problem. Let's go ahead and go to item number 4, our bed tax collection data. Teddy Meyer.
Yeah, so just to review the bed tax data, this is the update as of with February numbers. You can kind of see again, it kind of speaks more to really December and January. And you'll see this is the highest January we've had at 9%, and then up, and then it's the highest February. So a couple of things there. Obviously, we added a new hotel in October, so that kind of coming to fruition and probably getting a little bit more solid reservations. Obviously, our campaigns, Christmas and Clay, was extremely successful as well. So I think a good sign. And, again, we just kind of keep monitoring it and seeing, next month and by the May meeting how we're going to land. So any questions or thoughts from any of the accommodations?
Good? Oh, you good? Okay.
And
That's good.
And Cher is going to go over kind of a newer initiative we started for the county commissioners, but also we want to add and bring in the TDC members as well.
Awesome. Cher?
So what you see here is our quarterly dashboard. So since Teddy has started, we've started this dashboard, and the goal is for this to be a digestible page of a summary of what is in this meeting. So you see here, you have your TDC tax, our campaigns, our visitation markets, upcoming events with a highlight on all of the regional sports complex events, and some recent additions to our community, some recent new businesses to our community. So really, this is just a tourism advocacy tool to keep in your back pocket that we share on our end internally, and we'd like you to share as well. So we welcome any feedback that you have, and if you like to see any topics here, just let us know.
Any feedback on the, I think that's awesome.
I think it's great. That's what I was gonna say. It's good for us to share with, investors and owners and general managers, because they, so I think this is great. We'll see if they want something else on there, but I think it's a good overview. Thank you.
Yeah, and so the key would be really section 1 and 2 for your guys. If there's something you hear about or you want to see that we can add or chop or change, we'd like to keep kind of 3 because that's what all the events and the scanning, and then some of the new businesses for obvious reasons. And then obviously on our end, quarter 4 or quarter 1 will end soon, and we'll get it out to you by early April as well. So.
Thank you.
Would it be possible to add something with the STAR report, or is this not the place for it?
No,
I'm
we
just
can.
saying, just to understand market.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think Sam and I can kind of dive into those numbers a little bit more and see, maybe present a couple options via email, and then see how we want to put that into Q1 of this year.
Okay,
Sure.
thank you.
And I know you, if it's just, you want to keep it as a one pager, so I don't want to throw too many things out there, but this is really, really fantastic. I think maybe potentially thinking of a, did you know bubble or something, maybe there's a fun fact that could be cool, about tourism. One thing that is always astounding, like in a good way to me, is attendance, right? I mean, like whether it's last year, the Clay County Fair had 200,000 people, or the Green Cove Christmas Parade had 27,000 people. I think when people see that, they're like, "Oh, this is a big deal," and I think that's a opportunity too to catch someone's interest.
So, yeah, we can look at the star, and then we'll look at some kind of, did you know, or an attendance figure option to kind of put into there. Obviously, maybe if your businesses are higher or lower, but that's no problem at all.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
Great.
And then, sorry, one more question. Where did, obviously you probably put this out on social media, that kind of stuff. Where do you distribute it?
So this currently has only been going to the county commissioners.
Right.
And then internal staff as far as admin and things like that. And then the goal was to then extend it to the TDC board members and or anyone else you think. I mean, it's a public document, we're not holding anything.
Yeah.
There's no
yeah.
holding cards, but again, we look at it as a quick one pager. It's a gap in between sometimes when we don't see the commission all the time as a TDC staff, and grants come to them. So it's just to keep things top of mind, if you will, for tourism, and another way that to kind of do that very easily without being cumbersome to anyone.
And the reason I bring that up is I think in in Laura Christmas's, email blast to the community, it's a good thing. I mean, it shows people in the community what the TDC is doing, what opportunities there are to get involved. And whether people realize it or not, this is an arm of how we continue to keep taxes low, is this, you know what I mean? So we can bring it to the full commission, but as far as putting it out, but I think it's a good thing.
Awesome. Yeah, we can do that.
I like it, and I agree totally with having some numbers on how many tourists came to Clay County.
Okay.
That's a great idea.
Yep, we can add that.
Cool. All right, good job. Okay, let's go ahead and go to the event marketing update. Item number 5. Stephanie.
All right, so as you can see, out of our $325,000 that we started the year with, for grants, we have awarded $207,500, leaving us with $117,500 left. On the next slide, you'll see the grants that we have coming tonight, but we still have a pretty healthy amount remaining. Now, we will meet in May. We do already have a few applications in for May, and then we will not meet in July. So really, May is going to be our next and final meeting to hear grants for the fiscal year 25-26. So just keep that in mind when you're looking at the grants coming up. Any questions on this first page before I go to potential grants?
Just real quick, what's I see it, are we working with 117?
Yes.
117.5, and then that's through October?
Yes.
Okay, I'm good.
So as you can see, we have 3 grants to be heard tonight. 1 special event grant and 2 sport event grants. One's asking $2,000. The sports grants are a little bit higher, as you know. One's $25,000, and the second one is $21,300. If you do decide to award those full amounts, again, it'll be up to you. We will still have $69,200 remaining. So again, just keep that in mind when looking at the grants. Any questions on that?
I guess one real quick question is the 117.5 that's left, that's assuming that everyone fully deposits their receipts of the
Yes.
current awards.
Yes, that's if everyone gets the full reimbursement. Some of these haven't happened yet. Some of them haven't reached the 60-day mark, and then some of them are in progress as we speak.
Yep, perfect. Okay.
So in all likelihood, we will have more than the 117.
Oh, we're good.
let's go. Let's just keep,
Yeah,
since we
yeah, we're
did that,
good.
let's go ahead and start with number 6, the special event grant.
Yeah, so special event grants. So in the process of going through the grants, working with legal, working with our grants division, we kind of came to this space with the special event grant where it's a good grant, it serves a good purpose, but the request and what we're asking of the grantee was extremely cumbersome. The grant application previously was 15 pages. We've narrowed it to about 7. And I'll kind of go over some of the highlights. If you look at the first page, and so the grant originally was 5,000. It's been lowered to 3,500. If you look at A, B, and C, the specific categories is that it contributes to the quality of life, it's multi-day, and it is in a need period. So those are the 3 criteria we have essentially gone back to and made easier stipulations to qualify for the grant, while also at the same time creating an option where it's not difficult at the dollar amount. I will say for the need period, we have removed December. As you well know, there between parades and Christmas events, Clay is not needing another event in December. It's great if we can get one, but to award one it would be a little bit tricky, right? So so that's page 1. And again, if you have any questions, feel free to kind of fire away. I'm just going to go page by page on the high level. Section 3, the second page, the main key is the 501c3. These will continue to be nonprofits. There will not be LLCs, there will not be businesses. So we've maintained that within the grant and the structure and the award. Application is very much removed. The media release, section 4, and use of materials has been scaled back a little bit again. Next page is section 5. The eligible use of funds, we maintain the marketing, although we did not ask for it specifically. The promotional items, the event fees, trophies, and awards, all those are still the same. Again, what we did more of is take away some of the things like marketing, robust marketing plan, some of the things that were extremely just out of line with the award amount. And so we tried to bring it back in to make it a little bit more realistic. And then the ineligible use of funds are the same, prize money. I don't have to go through them all, food, operating, anything that goes towards a nonprofit, that's a full expense, not the actual event expense. That's maintained the same. The bigger change would be section 7, and this is a little bit of a different proposal, but I think one that warrants the time, warrants the fact that we're getting more grants, we're finding more scope, is that we've changed it to create 2 phasings. And so phase 1, they're almost misconstrued on the box. If you look at the box there, is we're going to have 2 phases of these special event grants that would come to you, and they would come to you in the form of a consent agenda type on the actual TDC. So the first application would be for, and this is going to be effective for October 1, obviously. So events that would be held from October of this year to February of 27, they would come by August 15th. We would vet the application, again, 3 criteria, so it's extremely simple. It's check boxes, quality of life, it's multi-day, it's need period. And then at the September meeting, you would then see these scores reflected, and you'd have the ability, just like currently, to review all those applications ahead of time, and then you can pull, similar to the BCC meeting, you can discuss anything you'd want to. That would be your option, or you can just approve them all in a batch. Totally up to you. So that is the main difference, and obviously then phase 2 would be for March through September, December 15th, and then the January meeting of next year. Again, I think, and I'll give my tip my hat to legal and grants who's in the room, but I think the collaboration of all of us to come together to make the grant much more beneficial to events within Clay is going to be the long game, right? And so this gets us there. So that's the bulk of kind of the grant guidelines and what we've modified. Open to any questions, suggestions, and again, would need your approval, and then it would go to the BCC.
Questions? One of the questions I have, Teddy, is another good idea. It's good idea Wednesday today. With that being said, if and I don't know if it was in there. It may have been in there. What's the window to apply? Like if your event is in August.
Good question. So as soon as this gets approved, then we kind of go to work with the actual marketing and promotions of it. So all the groups that have previously requested a special event will continue to get almost email phobia, right? So we'll send them an email every 2 or 3 weeks as you build up. In theory, knowing the average human, we'd probably put an August 1st date to get it in. That way we know July 31st, we're going to get those, hey, what about me? And so there's still a 15-day window. But between the marketing we'll do for this grant and then going back with our events calendar and finding events that we've had previously, and then Sam working with our platform Nimble, which reaches all the businesses in Clay County, we feel like we're going to have a pretty good swath to get the groups that can really benefit to this. The hard part in the grant system is what happens when you miss or where the deadline is, right? Like, that's a tough place to live. I think maybe it would be up to the board if they initially, maybe this next year, you want to give some grace to some groups, that's totally fine as well. But that becomes harder as you give more grace, right? So, but definitely those are our plans as far as getting the word out.
Okay. And I think my biggest thing is that all of us would probably agree, we want events, right?
Yeah.
So we don't want it to be like, well, you would have got the grant, but you missed a 2-week deadline. It's got to go to the TDC, then the BCC, and now you don't get the money. Yeah. As opposed to it's $3,000 when we're giving away some much larger amounts. We want you to have this. So I'd like to hear everyone's perspective just on, and even if the first year is maybe some sort of pilot where I have to ask Courtney if we can do that, where we can give like the tourism director the authority to do that, or if it has to come to us first, something like that. Just like to hear everybody's thoughts.
I think that's a good idea, like, I don't know, some kind of grace period, right? Because
Yeah.
obviously we've got something to discuss today that's quick, right? And so we've got to figure out and then have a hard set date, and then we move from there. I think this is great. I think that organizing it this way, having deadlines so that we know, it just makes, I love this document. It seems like we're getting more and more organized, so I like it. But I think you're right. I think we'll have to do some kind of, I don't know how you do that, grace period, and then we had a hard set date.
So, and maybe, and I'm not going to speak for Courtney, but maybe in your approval, you could say, as a pilot this next year, we would give grace to, I don't know how that would work verbatim, but I'm just throwing
We'd
something out there.
authorize the tourism director to make that decision.
Chair, I recommend that the director have the authority to grant that.
Okay, we're gonna check with the attorney really fast.
But are you asking for authority to grant time or no?
It's to allow it if they miss the deadline.
So
technically.
let me just give you a
It's only a
hypothetical.
policy deadline, it's not.
A hypothetical. So if there's let's say that we as a TDC approve these consent agenda grants, because that's what I'll call them, consent agenda grants for no more than $3,000. If we do that in January and they come to us with an event they want to have in October and we don't meet again until January, you see what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, and I guess I'm looking at more of a grant that say they for whatever reason don't come together and they don't bring it together till January of like next year, but they missed the August 15th deadline because they didn't really put it together till October. That's what I'm thinking more of, which at that point, it would be interpretation of policy, I guess, would be the question. It's not necessarily like a law per se.
Well, right, but I think maybe we could make the language a little bit looser if that's what you want. I mean, I think we could make the language have flexibility.
Can you give us just a little example of what that would maybe, not to put you on the spot, but just,
I mean,
what do you mean by how flexible?
Well, it's similar to the grants where there's allowable grant approval based on the TDC at X amount of dollars. Like there's like wiggle room, or there's the thought process is to get things more in line, but I think the main key would be to have something to the effect of, TDC reserves the right to bring additional grants at some stage based on this pilot program, if you will. I'm guessing you probably word something to that.
Okay, so I want to make sure that I understand. So are you talking about the pre-approval or the post?
They're talking about the pre-approval.
Cause I thought I had kinda heard both.
I
Okay.
was talking, when I say post, I mean like the official stamp from the TDC, which then has to go to the county commission.
Yeah.
Cause based on that, matrix, that would only happen in January and September, right?
Right.
So.
We bring them in batches, phase 1 and phase
Right.
2, yeah.
Right.
And so what you're trying to do is you're trying to cover an event that just comes to you in between the time.
Pops up, yeah, and they didn't get the email, they don't get the PR, that's the question that's arising.
So what I would probably suggest is that we, add some language that if there is that, I wouldn't give it the authority to the tourism director because it is money. I would maybe give the authority to the county manager.
Yeah,
Perfect.
good,
Yeah.
I
That's
mean,
perfect.
because this all fits within his.
yeah, scope.
Yep. Okay. Now do you want to make, now Adrian, if you want to make your motion, go for
Thanks,
it.
Courtney.
All right.
I do have a question. Thank you. When we get into marketing and reimbursing companies for marketing, I know that we had one group that was asking for reimbursement of marketing, and it was shirts for their team.
Mhm.
And I guess, marketing is exposure and, getting the name Clay County out there and what we've got going on. And are we putting I don't want to get into the weeds, but are we getting into, we covering that kind
So
of stuff?
that's in the signature and the sports events grant, it is not in this grant. Again, because of the trying to take away the cumbersomeness of it and realizing the dollar amount, what we're talking about here, but it is in the other grants, yes, yeah,
It's a good question.
yeah.
Adrian, if you wanted to make a motion, you can go for it. Because you were spot on, but we're gonna use the verbiage county manager.
I make a motion that we accept it as presented to us.
Okay. So just to clarify your motion, you're making the motion to approve the special event grant special event grant document while also granting the county manager authorization to approve events if it does not meet the deadline. Okay, we got a motion.
I'll second that.
All right, we got a motion and a second.
And we'll revise the policy.
Yeah.
so the
Correct.
intent of your motion.
Right, yep, and the policy will be revised to reflect that. Yep, cool, okay. Very good, all right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, passes unanimously. Would you guys be okay if we go back to Airstream since it's
Yeah,
here?
perfect.
JR, come on back up. I'm gonna use point of privilege real quick. We're gonna go back to item number 3, which is our Airstream Ventures tourism update. JR, welcome.
Happy to be here. Apologies about that, guys.
All good.
Anyways, we are excited to be back in Clay County. We've had a good job coming back this year and talking to a lot of different events that are excited to come here. I don't know if we can move on to the next slide. We are going to be representing Clay County at these 5 different conferences this year. Sports ETA in Las Vegas, the Florida Sports Foundation in June. They haven't chosen a location yet, but obviously it's going to be in Florida, so we'll be there. Teams Conference in Birmingham, and Sports Conference in Virginia Beach, and then the U.S. Sports Congress in Punta Gorda. We'll have a representative or multiple representatives at all of those. For our booked events that we got last year, Brand Named Athletes was a flag football event that had hundreds of athletes come into the town. We're going to be working with them to bring them back this year. American Cornhole League in January, and then Minor League Golf Tour. This weekend, we have the Black Creek Showdown, which is going to be taking place at the Clay County Recreational Sports Complex. We have U.S. Senior Pickleball coming to the Hub in March. Grit and Grind is a flag football event as well. We seem to be doing very well with flag football. And the Cross Country Invitational in September and World of Pickleball in November. With that being said, we have a lot of advanced conversations that we think are going to be become booked events here very shortly. Especially 5v5 soccer. That's one that we've communicated with, and they've all but signed. They just are coming up with a date. And all of the bolded events there are pretty close to signing and being booked. Our goal is to obviously get a lot more than just the 3 we've had this past year, but obviously the more that we're able to speak with these different events, the more likely that we'll have multiple. So we're having very good conversations with a lot of these different events. Now, like I said, obviously our goal is to have a lot more than the 3 that we had this past year. Usually we found it takes about 6 months to a year to really get a lot of events signed. And as you could see by our previous slide, we have a lot more coming compared to just that July to June. We had, really only about a quarter of the business that we'd like to have, which makes sense because we expect to hit that very easily in this upcoming year. So yeah, any questions?
Awesome. Questions? Go ahead.
Yes. So it's awesome, the advanced, if we can go back to that, where it has the advanced conversations.
Yes, ma'am.
Which is awesome, because that's in the year for the year of this year, 2026, you have 8 of them.
Yep.
So do y'all feel pretty confident about that? And if that's the case, what does that look like from
Making
us?
it happen, getting
and
them
what
across
we
the
need to
finish line.
contribute, because that's
Right.
something we need to consider. I mean, that's
Right, and
this
that's
year,
something that we
right?
speak to all the events on. The longer they take to make that decision, the less likely it is to get help from the county, and they're aware of that.
Right.
So when we're talking to them, we're making them aware of all of this. It's but some of them, they don't even need the funding. 5v5 soccer, they give back to the community actually, and they're working with Matt Hollyoak and working with local groups. So even though they're bringing people in from outside the city, they're bringing tourism, they're not going to request a grant or anything like that, which is good for us. But things like triathlon, I know that we're trying to get that squared away in the next couple weeks, so that way we can have it good to go for this fall.
Yeah, and to JR's, credit, I think when you look at the advanced conversations, these are gonna continue to get more and more bold, right? And so, but the game on triathlon, that's a conversation of looking outside the box of where we can host it, right? There's been conversations of, possibly Green Cove, that's a little tricky, but then going to the municipalities, Keystone's an option too. So trying to be a little bit more forward thinking in some of the places we can host things, not just the regional, not just the fairgrounds, right? And so that's part of our, bi-monthly conversations with Airstream, and then my conversations with Alan almost weekly. Where are we thinking about? What other options, are venues that could host things that maybe haven't hosted before, but if you have the vision and you find the right person, you can bring those to life, right? So those are the things that we're kind of continuously looking at. And to be fair, some of it is looking at comps of other places, right? And what their facilities are and what they're able to host, and then how similar are they to facilities in Clay that aren't those ones that I named, fairgrounds, or the regional. There's plenty of other options. I mean, the 5v5 soccer is a great option because that's hosted at Eagle Harbor. There's possibly an option for 2 or 3 of those a year, which is great for Clay, but also for the surrounding area too. So trying to kind of link up those groups as well is important.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure, because we want to make sure we have the funds for them if we can move quick enough. Because if it's in the year for the year and we don't meet, we want it, right? And how do we do it as fast, maybe wherever they decide to go? And then if they start coming here, they're going to keep coming here, hopefully. That's
Right,
the goal.
and that's the goal.
So I just want, any way we can help.
Yeah.
Good question. Teddy, too, I just want to extend, at least from one commissioner, when you start looking at parts of the county, if you do need help, in terms of getting with other municipalities and stuff like that, let us know. Because I think I'd probably speak for our full commission that we want to make those things happen, and we understand our current limitations, but also understand the impact of having events,
Yeah, and I think a lot of that comes down to, as the conversation advances to a date and a locale, that's when they bring in the municipality to then double check them and see what fits within their window to then know, okay, well, it might not be in this 6 months, it might be 8 months out, right? Just because of what other that municipality has going on. Because a lot of that, again, is the collaboration. And to your point, I mean, it's a great community to be that close and be able to do that. So
Cool. All right.
I have a question on the travel. It seems like I can't remember, but it was Denver. You were going to so many different places.
Can you pull that back up, Stephanie?
yeah.
Sorry.
There it goes. Florida sports is there ever an opportunity to look at just like Florida high school associations, sport associations, where we're looking not, and I don't know if these are all kind of
Yeah, so I can go through each of them. The Florida Sports Foundation, they work directly with all Florida groups, all Florida counties. That's our best option
Right,
every year
okay.
for that. And we can also connect with other other municipalities and things like that and learn from them while we're there. But for sports ETA, that's going to be your national and international events. Same thing with teams. And that's just the best way to bring in tourism we've found over the years because, when you're dealing with somebody who's from Virginia, they got to come from Virginia, whereas when you're talking with a lot of Florida events and Florida hosted events, they just come in for the day and take off. So we do find we get a lot more events that bring in a lot of tourism from especially sports ETA, but also teams. U.S. Sports Congress is just we're just fortunate that one's in Punta Gorda every year. It brings a lot of international events as well. But yeah, to answer your question, Florida Sports Foundation, 100% is we meet with people from FHSAA there all the time. So.
And David, I'll add, I mean, Alan is extremely well connected in the high school situation. If you look at the booked events, you've got the girls' flag as a high school event coming this weekend, and then on the advanced conversation, the lacrosse they want to bring here, and that's kind of specific to the netting that'll eventually be coming to the regional. So there's a really good pulse. He's got a pretty good pulse on that side of it for sure.
Yeah.
We also have another. Sorry,
Oh, no, go ahead.
we actually have another flag football event that's got a lot of local high schools that they're wanting to do it this summer. That Clay High School wants to host. So we'll have a bunch of high schools at that as well.
Nice. And David, you're totally on point with that. So the FHSAA moved the basketball state championships to UNF. So I actually had an AD reach out to me on Monday from the Nova Southeast University School in Fort Lauderdale. They're actually going to come to St. John's Country Day to do their shoot around on Sunday and Monday. So, and that's an opportunity for us too. And I can, as I hear these things, I can, send them to staff, because if we can say, hey, if you're looking for a place to stay that is outside of the realm of UNF, but still only 25, 30 minutes away. I mean, there's 6 classifications. There's four teams playing in the Final Four in each class. That's just for boys. Then you have girls too. That's 48 schools coming into Northeast Florida for the Final Four and their families, right? So that's where there's strength in numbers. So for sure, yeah, no, it's a lot of times for the championship style events, you got to have a pretty big facility, which we don't necessarily have. But we're on the way, so whether they choose to stay here or for an evening or two would help. Yeah.
Absolutely. That's a good point.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you, JR.
All right. Thank you, guys.
All right. So we're going to go back to our first grant request of the evening, item number 7, which is the AJGA Junior event.
Okay, so this is a new event for Clay County. It is a multi-day event happening June 1st through the 4th of this year at Eagle Harbor Golf Club. I do have Mr. Patrick Hansfield here from AJGA to speak on the grant.
Awesome. Thanks, Stephanie. So yeah, the American Junior Golf Association, we host over 150 events a year.
Sorry, can you pull the mic up?
Yeah.
Too tall. There you go.
Yep, sorry.
Perfect.
We, yeah, and by the way, my name is Patrick Cansfield from the AJGA, but we host over 150 events annually all across the U.S. and about 40 events internationally. we service just over 10,500 kids from all 50 states and 60 countries. This specific event will be just for 12 to 15-year-olds. All the kids that gain entry, it's based on a ranking system. So if we get, let's say, 400 applications for a tournament, 70 of the top kids that apply to that tournament will be the ones that get in, and the other 8 kids will come from that qualifier that's held the day prior, very similar to a Monday qualifier on the PGA or LPGA Tour. From our standpoint, the event obviously will be advertised across our website. And then from a social media standpoint, Instagram's really our largest following. We have over 150,000 followers there. As far as the field itself, the qualifier 78 kids, tournament 78 kids, and roughly 80% of those kids will be traveling in from over an hour away. We expect 10 to 15 states to be represented in the event, and then 3 to 5 countries as far as where the participants and families are coming from. Throughout the week, we expect over 300 room nights, and other than that, open to answer any questions that you guys have.
So real quick, just to go over the scoring, they did score enough to receive 21,300. That is what they were requesting. As he said, they're going to have over 300 room nights. In your backup material, he did also provide some of the reports from previous events in similar counties, cities. So that information is in there for you. It is a multi-day event. The venue rental expense exceeds $10,000, and it is a need period. So they do qualify for the full $21,300.
I do have a question. Is this, do you move it around annually? Or would this be a potential for coming back every year, or how does that work?
Yeah, so the goal is to make it a year-over-year event, an annual event. Currently, even with this funding, we're still going to be shy of kind of what it costs us to run the tournament. So a big part of returning is going to be making sure that we can find that additional funding to do so. Another part of our event that we're going to work on is our Junior Am fundraising event, which is an opportunity for members of the community to come out and play with these top-ranked juniors, very similar to a Pro-Am on the PGA or LPGA Tour. And the whole goal with all of our events is to have what we call charitable proceeds to be able to benefit a local charity in the community we go to, as well as the AJJ's Foundation, which helps support those kids that have the talent to compete at the national level, but maybe lack the financial means to do so. So that's really, the grand scheme of things, that's what we look to do, and that's how we kind of evaluate it long term.
And is this a new event? Is it replacing a different event?
Yep, so this is a new event. We did host a similar type of event back in 2023. We actually had Billy Horschel, PGA Tour player, involved with that event. That event has since moved to Atlanta, Georgia, in conjunction kind of with his ties to the TGL Golf League and the Atlanta Drive. So this is, I guess you could look at it as kind of the replacement for that. But obviously, this is an area that we'd love to be, long term if we can figure out the financials behind it.
I remember it's I live in Eagle Harbor, so I remember this event,
Yeah.
and there was a ton of people there, like when Horschel was there and the whole thing. And the thing I really like is everyone's 12 to 15, so they can't drive, so they have to have mom and dad,
Exactly.
which is good for us. Yeah. The 78 golfers on qualify, that's a qualifying day, so are the 78 different for the second day, or is there overlap? How does that work?
Correct. So 70 of the kids will be completely different from the next day, and then 8 of the kids will play in the qualifier, and they'll earn their way into the tournament. So of the 78 kids that are playing in the qualifier, 8 kids will earn their way into the tournament.
Right.
So
And the good thing about golf is, if you have a 7:30 tee time, you've got to stay the night, which is good. You're not going to drive 4 hours and then play. So yeah,
a lot of our kids do come into town prior to for additional practice rounds. For the qualifier, we don't provide that as a part of the event experience. So you do see about 50% of the kids that are playing in that qualifier coming in early to play a practice round so that they can hopefully play better in the actual qualifying event.
The AJGA, would you agree with me, is the most competitive youth golf league in the country?
Yeah, so I grew up playing AJGA myself, and I grew up in Michigan, ended up earning a college golf scholarship down in Georgia, but it's really the premier golden standard for junior golf. It's what every kid aspires to play in. We limit, kids can only play in a maximum of 5 events per year, and it's a competitive entry system, so based on the ranking and all that kind of stuff, that's how they get in. But to answer your question, yes.
Yeah, great.
And we're lucky right now. I mean, we have some pretty big names that are competing. Charlie Woods has played in a bunch. He actually won an event last year. Kai Trump's been playing here recently, which has been fun. And the list of notable alumni is kind of the who's who of golf from that standpoint.
Good stuff. Very good. Yes.
The first one was a typo.
Oh.
The ask was 21,300.
All right. Any other discussion? I'll entertain a motion. If anyone has one.
I'm actually gonna make a motion for the full request of 25,000. And I'm hoping this thing really just kicks off and it's a repetitive every year.
I'd agree with that.
I would second that, for sure. This would be a great thing to keep here.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you for choosing Clay County, my man.
Yeah,
Hey, thank
welcome,
you guys.
welcome to Clay County.
Really appreciate
yes.
it.
All right, so we have a
Thank you.
motion and a second, and any other discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, we hope it's a fantastic event, and we hope that it becomes an annual Clay County event. Thank you. All right, we're gonna go to item number 8, which is the USAP Golden Ticket Block Party. Stephanie.
So I'm actually gonna skip to number 9.
Okay.
We are waiting on Charlotte from the hub, so we'll just circle back as soon as she gets here.
Got it.
So I am going to get this. Okay, so this event is actually a reoccurring event that happens in Clay County every year. This is their first year coming to the TDC asking for a grant. It is on Vietnam Veterans Memorial Day. It's actually at the TAPS Memorial in the Historic Triangle. And this year it is being held on Saturday, March 28th, 2026. And like I said, it's at the TAPS Memorial in the Historic Triangle. It is a single day event. It is not during a need period, so they do qualify for $2,000. I do have Mr. David Trefflinger here. He's the president, and he will speak on this grant.
Good to see you, sir.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. I'm David Treffinger. I'm president of the Vietnam Veterans Chapter 1059, but I'm also the board member of the TAPS Memorial, which is hosting the event. We bring in people. Last year we had like 450 attend. It's an annual event. We've hosted every year. We have participants coming from Nassau County, which is the chapter up there, does the flags. We have Mac Ellis, who does Old Glory. He's coming from Tampa. He missed it last year, but he will be there this year. In past years, we've had attendees from St. John's, Flagler, Gainesville. We have the motorcycle groups coming in from Gainesville and Duval, plus some other groups. Our guest speaker is coming from North Carolina. She is part of Mission POW MIA. Her father is missing in action in Vietnam. So but with the groups that we have coming in, and this being held annually, and we will continue to hold this annually, because that's why the incorporation of the TAPS monument was started. And like I say, this is something that will be held annually.
Yeah, awesome. I'll just start by saying I've attended this event, and it's emotional, in a really good way, but it's also very important. And I'm very happy you came and got us involved.
And all the board members will be receiving an invitation to the event. And I hope to see everybody there, because it's roughly about an hour and 15 minutes. We have to allow for the train to come through. But it's, one other added item, it is probably it has been the largest Northeast Florida Vietnam Veterans Day ceremony.
Absolutely.
Because we were the original ones to start it, and we will continue it for as long as we can go.
If you've never seen the TAPS monument in Green Cove, it's awesome. It's very, very beautiful. And it's there. It's always there.
Thank you for your service.
Yes.
I would love to make a motion for this. We really need,
Clay County alone has so many veterans.
Yes.
I think this would be perfect for us.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
You got it.
And I would say that as a Vietnam vet myself, I'll second it.
Well, as welcome home from one to another, welcome home. And that's how it was billed last year. It was a welcome home ceremony because it was on the actual Vietnam National Day. This year it's a day before, and it's always going to be like the last Saturday in March in cooperation with the Vietnam Veterans Day event.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It's unanimously approved, and thank you for your service, and we'll hope to see you there on the 28th.
Yes. Thank you, and I appreciate the time.
Have a good one. All right. You go back to the hub? All right, we're gonna go back to item number 8, the TDC grant request for the Golden Ticket Block Party.
Okay, so we have, the Hub again is hosting another event. So this is a new event, even though we have granted grants for events held at the Hub, but this is a different event this year. So it is a multi-day event, it's May 13th through the 17th this year, and it is at the Hub Jacks. They do have room nights. It is a multi-day event. It's held at their location, so there's no venue rental, and it unfortunately is not during a need period. The amount requested is $25,000. They scored $5,500, and we do have Charlotte here from the Hub.
Hi guys, I'm actually brought David Tabb here today. He'll be the man behind running the actual event, does all the live streaming, a lot of the promotion material and stuff. So I was gonna let him speak to the event a little bit. It's a national qualifying event, so for those who don't know pickleball, you have to play in a national qualifier event in order to go on to nationals, and so they tend to be very, very large events.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name's David Tabb. I'll be the tournament director. So this event, multi-day, like you stated, is actually in conjunction with the governing body of pickleball, which is USA Pickleball. They have selected us to have a location and run this tournament over the course of 5 days. We're looking to set a few records, one of which is we're going to hand out the most amount of golden tickets, which is how people get to nationals at this event. That's why we call it a block party. And so we're going to set that record. It has to be over 5 days because we will have several age groups, all the way stemming from juniors to 80-plus-year-old divisions. We'll have people traveling from all over the Eastern Seaboard. Some will come from out west because it'll be one of the last places to actually get one of these coveted tickets. We want to make sure that pickleball is representing the community, so we have designed as well fun events. So on Friday night, we have open to the public a glow-in-the-dark party, as well as Saturdays, a local band coming in to play music and have a really fun time. We've got some local vendors coming in to represent the area as well, and just want to make sure that it is representing the community. As a new resident here, but doing pickleball for a long time, one of our missions in conjunction with the Hub was to make sure that pickleball is an asset to the community, and this is going to make a big splash nationwide. We will have a lot of great assets out there. Our live stream production is actually professionally produced. We have it in-house. We'll stream to over 500,000 subscribers on Amazon Prime. We'll be on some local pickleball specific places, but also some nationally recognized production as well. So along with this comes things that we're mandated to do. So we have to have referees at a certain level of the production. So people are going to have referees. Those referees are going to be coming in from all over the country as credentialed referees to make sure that there's fair play and that everybody's having fun and that we keep a good family-friendly environment. So that's what the event mainly will be.
Awesome. The event's scheduled Wednesday through Sunday, so I guess what's the cadence in terms of which age groups play on which day? Kind of how does that work?
So we will have the more mature audiences playing later. So the 80-plus, the 70-plus will play that Wednesday, Thursday, Friday traditionally. We'll mix in the juniors on a Friday, and then we will have the pro divisions and that 19 to 59 area playing Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So it's a staggered staging over the course of the 5 days. We have events that are singles, mixed doubles, and gender doubles. So people will be playing multiple events and staying for a few days. Could you play one event a day? Yeah.
How many total players, I guess, maybe per day and or from Wednesday to Sunday?
So we expect probably around 250, 300 per day, but our goal and total attendance is 1,000.
Okay.
It's the first time that pro level players have been in Jacksonville because there's never been a facility that's large enough to house them.
And that's going to be the Saturday matches?
That'll be Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Okay.
And we've been able to, like, with things like this as well, make it affordable not only to the players by having a lower than average entry fee to try and attract all those players and understanding that they got to travel, but also too is if you just want to come and hang out and watch pro level ball, it's free. We're not charging any admission to walk into the facility and watch and hang out, enjoy the atmosphere and music and those things.
So I know you're saying anybody can come and watch it, but I know that's also in a gated community, right? Is the gate open that day or?
They are gonna open it that day, and we're
Okay.
gonna do some shuttles because we obviously don't have enough parking for that many people.
Gotcha, okay.
As someone who plays there frequently, the gatekeepers, they all love us, so we just walk up, we say pick a ball, and they're like, yeah, have fun.
It's like it was when it was golf. You know,
Yeah.
I'm here to
Yeah.
play.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've agreed that on the large tournament days, we let them know about it. It's our responsibility to pay for extra gate staff, and we worked out for the shuttle or them understanding that it's a tournament, so they're not going to be able to give everybody the third degree that stops, or they'll never get there.
Yeah.
So I do have a question for staff. I know we had another event at the hub. Is that settled up? Is that a final number?
So that is still in progress between our department and the grants department. It's still being figured out.
Another question I have is the room nights. So, with that many players, what kind of went behind the 150 room nights only for 5 days?
So you look at players coming in that might have juniors that are playing, but also themselves. So they might play over the 3 or 4 days. So they would come in the day before, stay through their playing. But also too is the referees. The referees are coming in for 6 days right there, and they have to all stay. We're at a minimum of 10 referees.
No, I think what I was getting at is that
Why is it so
150
low?
seems light. Yeah. Like
So-
so just for reference, the guy that was here for golf, he had 140 something players over 2 days, and he was at 300. Yeah.
Just someone that's done some of these national events and things like that is also wanted to take into account that some people might just bunk up and rent houses and things like that. They
Okay.
might not necessarily go direct to a hotel.
I appreciate your honesty. Yeah.
Do you
wanna-
have like
wanna
a
be
a
respectful.
percentage of what you think will be local versus?
Yeah, I think that's a good question.
It's usually like things like this are about 50-50, maybe 60-40 leaning towards local because this will be the first one. Our goal right now is to get this one really successful and produce this one because USA Pickleball behind it is looking at annual events. So they're looking to keep bringing this back, but they do want to attract, out of state.
Of the players that are registered so far, there's only 10% that are local, and the rest are traveling down so far. So it's hard to see the trend since we've never had one
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
in Jacksonville. But
Locals always wait to the last minute.
well, and because of where the hub is located, it's obviously not a quick commute for most people, even coming from Jack's Beach and stuff. So I anticipate they'll either do a hotel or Airbnb or something, and not want to travel back for early start times.
Yeah. Stephanie, can you put it's over there. I think in the control room. I can't see that one over there. That's probably the control room. Okay.
Good angle.
All good.
I don't want to see myself.
My question for staff is the biggest differentiation in the recommendation and the ask because of no rental fee for the facility? Is that probably why?
Yeah, I mean, that's obviously a big dent of it because it's their facility and they're running their own event, so that would obviously
Yeah.
take away a lot of the dollar amounts.
Yeah, which I mean, my other thing with that is I don't want to necessarily penalize an event with 1,000 players just because they have their own facility. You know what I mean? And I want it to, like I said, and I think most of us want it to be successful, want it to be annual. So
I think that's where my hookup is, right? Like, I think it's a great venue, and I think we need more like that, so it's perfect, right? And we want to see you succeed. But then, it is your own event, right? So it's like, okay, because where does it stop? How do we help you? But how do we keep helping you? Like, what does that look like? And then if 40% are out of town, and you said 300 a day, so we just don't know. So that's kind of where I don't know.
My thoughts are, and I agree, I think we want it to be successful. 25,000 is a big ask based on our scoring and we came up with 5,500. And that's from having events that come in time and time again. I do want to see it successful, so I'm going to ask that maybe we consider some middle ground.
yeah,
And, the scoring recommendation right now is 5,500. Maybe we bring that up to 10. And we go with that recommendation, and then, we want to see it successful and prove it, and we'll give you more.
yeah,
You know?
yeah. And I think that's a good compromise. And then hopefully you come back and say, hey, well, here's the actual numbers. We had 80% out of town, and there was 300 room nights, and then it becomes much more smooth, I guess you'd say.
We're gonna favor on the side of caution. We don't understanding that. I've been doing this. I've sat in your seats and tried to sit in your seats, so I understand what you guys are doing. And so, yeah, we just want to put on the best show possible. In partnership, we're going to put, no matter what, we're going to put, good footage out there of what we're doing here and make sure that we can, truly be an asset. That's the goal.
And the footage thing's actually really cool. When I went and got to watch the cornhole event and the live streaming there's a lot of people that watch that, which was really neat. Yeah, I was shocked. Yeah, there is. I mean, it was really good and very professional production value. So it's like, you even something like the Weekend Warrior, you're on TV at that point. So it's great. So is that?
A lot of views is cool.
Yeah. Should we make a motion? Sure.
All right, I'd like to make a motion to help support the USAP Golden Ticket Block Party with $10,000.
Okay.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Congratulations, and hope you guys have an awesome event.
We'll see you out there, glow in the dark.
That's it? Awesome.
Thank you all.
Thank you. All right. On to item number 10, Knights Marina Boat Ramp repairs and renovations. Teddy.
So for this agenda item, the Knights Marina project is, and Justin's here for additional questions or things that maybe I can answer or a little bit more clerical stuff. So the request, and let me give you a little bit of background. So obviously you see the beautiful Knights Marina boat ramp and the pier here. So the next slide kind of goes into a little bit of detail. One back, please. Yeah. So the Parks and Rec is working on a proposal to improve the boat ramp. And so that project as a whole is $830,000. And so they are using FBIP, Florida Boater Improvement funds, and that is vessel registrations for boats, jet skis, kayaks with motors. So, but that funding cannot be used for fishing piers because of the way it's collected for the actual ramp piece, right? And so the ask from the TDC is for the $89,000 improvement of this project for the fishing pier, and that's the top rail, the walking areas, the side pieces. If you look at this photo here, you'll see the green and kind of the lighter blue and then the darker. And this project, and Justin can probably elaborate a little bit better than I, is the main project is to fix the bulkheads. because they are failing. So I'll let Justin kind of come in and give a little bit more background.
All right, thank you, Teddy. Justin Pierce, Director of Parks and Rec. Yes, back in 2022, the hurricanes of Nicole and Ian did a lot of damage to the bulkhead and the seawall of Knights Marina. And after that, we did an assessment with a marine company to come in to say what repairs we need to make it safe and improve on what was destroyed back in 2022. And so in 2024, we completed the designs, and now we're at the point of moving forward with that. And yes, it is mainly the bulkhead damage. There's between the seawall and the bulkhead in the park, there's gaps now where the erosion is going under the actual bulkhead. And so eventually we're looking at a complete failure and collapse of the cap of that bulkhead that's going around the edge of the park. So and again, to Teddy's point, there's portions of the boater improvement funds that will not be covered under that allowances, and so that's why we're requesting for the recreational amenities portions of the repairs to come out of TDC.
And for reference, you all have a flyer that kind of delineates the wording from the TDC statute, just so you have reference of Section 5 under the statute, and I won't read it, but the highlighted areas are to remodel, repair, and improve all other professional and related costs required to bring the public facilities into service, and specifically public facilities, right? And so that's where this fishing pier part of the project kind of comes into per statute, just for reference, to kind of bring you guys up to speed.
Yeah, two questions. One, Justin, through this process, one of the things I learned was that whole area is Clay County property, right?
Yes,
and
sir.
Knights Marina actually subleases the marina, right?
Yes, sir. We have a management agreement with Black Creek Marina to operate the bait and tackle shop, the fuel station, and the actual slips. And we're also looking at other revenue opportunities like liverboat boats, as well as extended stays. I forgot the terminology; it's slipping my mind, but it allows you to stay 30 days twice 30 days within a 6-month period. So to extend that. So we're looking at different revenue opportunities, but it is managed by Black Creek Marina, but we're responsible for the property and all infrastructure there.
Yeah, it's
as the
actually county property. And then the second thing is Teddy, the 89,000. This is not a grant request. This is out of a different funding.
This is
categorical.
this will be out of TDC reserves.
Yeah.
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 Okay, couple things. Welcome back, Justin. Everybody comes to the TDC. Obviously this stuff needs to get done, and, I want to be a part of helping out. But I would like to point out that, where does tourism benefit from these improvements? I think this boat landing is mostly locals. How does tourism benefit? I don't know if there is a benefit, or, Mr. Meyer and JR, if you guys have ever talked about, a future path for, is this going to help us go after new business, and using these facilities?
So as far as events, the Knights Marina, even with this improvement, would need more expansion to be similar to like a downtown Palaca, right? Like the Hostess Bassmasters and things like that. So as far as events go, there could be some in the future. I don't know that we've gotten that far into the events piece. I think some of the, methodology behind how the TDC statute has expanded over the years is it used to just say fishing piers, right? And to your point, like, what's the request? What are they asking for? It was modified over the years to public facilities, no different than if you went to like Zoo Tampa, or if you went to Jacksonville Zoo and you look at these exhibits that say provided by the Tourism Council because it's in the statute. I think what happens is as counties and municipalities get into trying to figure out a way to fix properties, right? They look at the best avenues. Now, what we could do, and this is something that, could be a conversation, could we pull Placer for the last year and a half? We could do that to see what the impact is. Both, we would get mostly the ramp, obviously. We wouldn't get the pure pier, obviously. But we could do that and provide that as a little bit of backup. I look at it more as an amenity to the county, and the tourism aspect is there. we just currently don't have a value to give you on what the percentage is. We don't have that. And Placer would really be the best way to do that. So.
Yeah, and Kevin, I understand and appreciate your opinion, totally, because I think the blocking and tackling of the TDC is, bringing people in from the outside. But I also would also make the counter argument that, a lot of these facilities and events, Clay County residents do get to enjoy, right? So, and I think that it's coming out of reserves, that are healthy, extremely healthy. So, I personally am in favor to do this, but.
Okay. Here I go. So, Justin, I love you, and you know this, but I am a Clay County resident, and I enjoy this in these areas. But you go back to what our responsibility is, right? It's to oversee and recommend ways to promote Clay County. So my first question is how many piers or docks like that do we have in Clay County that you manage or that we have here? Do you
We
know?
manage, off the top of my head, we have Lakeshore Boat Ramp. Nice Marina is the largest
Right.
boat ramp that we have, but Nice Marina, Lakeshore, Old Ferry, Williams, and then we have two in in Keystone Heights that are currently
Right.
not open. So I think that's.
So my fear is, right, that our responsibility is to promote tourism and economic impact, right? And so we don't have an event there yet, and we don't know if we're gonna get an event there in that area. So how does it correlate? I hear reserves, but we gotta keep all those up. So to me, we're opening up a can of worms in the statute. I get the statute, I've read the statute, I understand it, and I love you and I wanna support you, and I wanna go there with my own kayak. But I just think that it's a clear vision for us, and that's just kind of where I stand. I just don't see what our responsibilities are. So it's kind of my thoughts on it.
And to add on to that, the reserves, I'd love to see a convention center. I'd love to see a lot of other things, and saving those reserves. And I realize that they're healthy. And I think the money is sitting there, and we should come up with a game plan of how we're gonna use those funds in the future, so that we're not, because other entities are coming to us asking for that money because we have it in reserve. But what is going to improve tourism and bring people into Clay County?
Yeah, and obviously I can't speak to this, but it would be at the board's discretion and or request if they would want to see something in the future of like a strategic plan of the reserves and obviously that's a conversation with admin as well, but that would be at the board's discretion to request something like that. To look at your 2 points of, not having this continue to happen and then have more intentional projects that would make a bigger impact in tourism.
Yeah, and I also, and I appreciate you're spot on too. I mean, I agree with you as far as the mission. In the next conversation about Lake Geneva, I mean, that could be if it was fully funded, full of water, that'd be a gold mine for tourism events, right? So, but it doesn't hold events right now. So if we don't support it, we're never gonna get there.
But it has held events, yeah.
Right, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, no, it's good discussion, good discussion. Any other thoughts that people like to contribute? Oh, county attorney.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard some comments about the statute. And so I think it's important to understand that the legislature specifically made this portion of the statute, which is the 5B, for the tax revenues that the TDC has received for this purpose. It's not tied to a tourist-related, like there are other provisions of the statute which do require the tax revenue to be used for a tourist-related event. I mean, this is very specific. So I don't know which language you have, but it's the 5B that specifically says that the tax revenue, and it's for counties that are less than 950,000, are to use the money to acquire, construct, extend, enlarge, remodel, repair, improve, maintain, and it's specific to zoological parks, fishing piers, or nature centers, which are publicly opened and operated or owned, and open to the public. So I just wanted to point that out.
Thank you, Courtney.
Because I didn't want you to think that you were doing something by approving this use by having to tie it to tourism.
Mm-hmm. Yes, thank you. Go ahead, David.
And again, I'm not a lawyer, but what I understood is that statute, you really don't have to ask the TDC board for the money. Did I understand it? Did I understand that correctly?
Technically, the Board of County Commissioners has
Yeah.
ultimate authority over all the TDC
Again,
dollars.
so advisory board advising the BCC,
Correct.
this will go to the BCC, so, yeah.
Right. Any other comments?
So do we have to vote on this then? I'm kind of confused.
Yeah,
Okay.
we do, yeah, so
All
we
right.
need a motion.
Okay,
Either
because it
way,
seemed like, yeah,
either way.
I am, yeah,
Yep.
okay.
And I'll just say too, number one, I appreciate serving with all of you on this board, and very rarely do we disagree, but that's okay. I mean, it's an okay thing, right? And I would always want you to vote your conscience and make motions accordingly, that's part of it. I'll entertain a motion if anyone.
Chair, I had to get this off my chest. My concern is if we do nothing, it's just, he said that it's eroding under the bulkhead now
It's
correctly.
undermining, yes, sir.
So this is not for let's be clear, yeah.
This is for the pier itself. It's not this project. I'm just
It's not the
making
dock
sure
or
you
the-
have an overview of the total project. It's the actual pier itself in the northern part of this piece. So that's the funding ask of the 89,000.
The fishing portion.
The recreational element.
The
Yes, the
recreation piece,
recreational,
yeah. Not the full infrastructure.
Right.
Yeah. If you had Tidewaters with Teddy, it'd be on the end, on the fishing side. Yeah. Okay.
Yes, and I think Teddy mentioned it earlier. Out of the entire $830,000 project, the only portions that do not qualify for boater improvement funds is the request for the fishing elements, the pier, because it's public recreation and it's not tied to a motorized boat ramp. So that's funded out of another funding source. The request today is the handrails and the fishing pier elements of the project.
Are you talking about funding stream?
It does not qualify, the request today does not qualify for boater improvement funds. And currently, we do not have dollars allocated toward that project. So that would be something Troy and I will have to discuss depending on the decision today.
And I'll speak on Justin's park budget. There ain't 89 floating anywhere.
No, sir.
I'd like to ask Mr. Myers to come up with a game plan for our reserves for future. What's going to most benefit the county, whether it's putting more money into the sports complex or convention center or whatever we need to do. But I will make a motion to approve the $88,830.
Okay. So a motion to approve. Do we have a second? Second. Just to tap onto your discussion, Kevin. Personally, I've had a ton of conversations with Teddy about the reserves because I totally agree with you. I think that having some sort of, I wouldn't necessarily call it a strategic plan, but some sort of plan to use those is going to be important. Just to be totally transparent with the TDC, you know, right now as a county commission, we're keeping very close eye on what's happening in Tallahassee with property tax, because depending on how all that plays out, totally changes a lot of things for us 5 commissioners, as with the budget, right? So, but with all that being said, regardless of what happens in Tallahassee, planning is important, and it is going to be important for us to strategically plan how we're going to use those dollars, and some of my thoughts, and we probably have, maybe next TDC meeting we could brainstorm it up here. But looking at the cost of doing business, you know, what the reserves currently have wouldn't build a very big building at this point, right? So, but I'd love to hear the TDC's opinions on what, you know, projects we'd like to see and those types of things. So I agree with you about, you know, having a team plan with that.
Yeah, so I'll speak with admin and we'll kind of work on coming up with something to kind of bring back to you guys.
Okay.
If this is coming from TDC, is there a possibility of having like a nice plaque, you know, showing that this is something that the TDC has provided? I mean, kind of give, I don't
Yeah,
know,
I don't see why not.
give us a little bit of recognition of,
And I mean, so the Knights Marina, is there Clay County written anywhere on the marina?
Just, I believe the sign just says Nice Marina, bait and tackle shop and marina, so.
Yeah, as long as it's advertising Clay County. It's got the Clay County name up there. I agree.
And are you speaking in reference to the entrance to the facility or the amenity?
Wherever, call it advertising. You know, some kind of exposure. When they pull up there, they understand they're seeing Clay County.
County property, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Justin and I can work on something that could be suitable.
Plaque would be nice.
All right. Any further discussion? All right, so we have a motion and a second to approve the $89,000 for the repair of the Knights Marina County property, fishing pier. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6-1. 6-1 is approved. Thank you, Justin.
All right, thank you.
All right, we're gonna go to item number 11, which is the Lake Geneva Restoration Project, and I'm gonna welcome the county engineer, Richard Smith.
Good afternoon. Thank you for hearing us. I'm going to kind of lay out the game plan here, and it's a little different from the slide presentation I'm giving. Introduce who we got here. We got Scott Slater and Vivian Katz James from the Solo, the Save Our Lakes organization in Keystone. City manager from Keystone, Jamie Booth, is with us. Our purchasing director, Karen Smith, is also here. I'm going to start off by giving a brief history lesson and a engineering reason for the restoration. Well, to tell you why this restoration is necessary when I get the go ahead on the PowerPoint. And I'll kind of direct you through. You need me over there?
Yeah, should have a clicker there.
Okay, all right. Start off with Lake Geneva is a 1,600-acre lake located in the south end of the, kind of the mid-south end of the county at the intersection of State Road 21 and State Road 100. We are proposing, we've gotten permits from the Florida Department of Environmental Protection and the St. Johns River Water Management District to do what's called a restoration project. This is not building a lake. This is not digging a lake out. This picture is a good picture that shows you the 5 areas that we've gotten permission to cut the trees down. Not clear it and grub it and dig up the stumps. We can only cut them at the level of the ground. These areas are going to be under 0 to 12 feet of water when the lake fills up. The lake is at an historic low level. We'll show those numbers in a minute. And so it's a restoration project. There's no additional, we're not even allowed to disturb the ground other than the tire tracks they're going in to cut the trees down with. So we aren't allowed even to leave the chips from the trees there. Those have to be hauled off. So it's restoration only. And I'm going to take the amenities part to kind of move it to the back. That'll kind of give Vivian and Mr. Slater a chance to tell you what's going on at Lake Geneva, what can go on at Lake Geneva when it fills up with water. It's a major recharge area for the Floridan aquifer. That's why we're doing it. The Floridan aquifer basically is where we get our water from. I grew up in the county to the west of us, moved to Atlanta after college. For 40 years, I drank water from a lake. Everything in Florida, in this part of Florida, is from the well. We get it from the aquifer. Buckman Bridge was named after the city engineer of Jacksonville back in the 1920s. He proposed a dam to dam up Black Creek. There wouldn't be a Blanding Boulevard. Well, Blanding Boulevard would be in a different place. That 105 years ago was going to be the drinking water source for Northeast Florida from now on. We don't drink out of lakes down here. We drink from the aquifer. A lot of people have moved in since 1920. Buckman probably may have had it right, but we've outlasted 105 years. And due to that population and other concerns, the water, it is lowering. And when it lowers, Geneva, Brooklyn, Oldfield Pond, Keystone Lake, they go down. Santa Fe Lake, located less than 5 miles from this lake, moves hardly any. It's very interesting what's going on underground, not what you drive by and see. It's a clear water lake, sand bottom, swimming. I grew up over in Bradford. We swam there, we fished there. It's a great boating lake. Although now you can't boat there publicly. There's no public access to the water, as you'll see in these pictures coming up. That's where it's at. It's on the very tip of our county. A small portion of it rolls over into Bradford County. The permit we have covers both areas in the county, and this is the lake in 1985. The areas that it was pretty much full of water. The boat ramp is in that area where Lake Geneva is labeled. That's where the boat ramp is. 89 or 99, it dried up 14 years later. Not really many trees you can see in that picture. They've grown. 99 to now, 27 years later, we got a pretty good bit of trees out there. We got a little bit more water as we go through the years, and we're back down to a pretty historic low. We're at about, the water out there, our surveyor checks it at the boat ramp area, which is, you can see that real small hole to the upper right, the road going kind of lower right to upper to the top of the picture, that's State Road 100. That's where the 5th Street boat ramp is. If that's 1,600 acres, that boat ramp probably serves a 25-acre, literally a pond. Here's what's going on now. They have built a pipe. This is I think the last numbers were in the $140 million range. And this is a 24-inch pipe that has a pumping station over by our current animal control facility, our dog pound, out on 16. Water, when the South Fork of Black Creek gets to a certain elevation, water will be pumped from there down to a treatment area that's been built in Camp Blanding. It's been open and operable for 7 months. Haven't turned it on yet. It's been a pretty tough drought for 7 months. When it opens up, it will pump 10 million gallons a day. And it'll provide, it's not designed to provide flood relief, although that'll kind of be an ancillary effect. It's not, can't say that, but that's when we haven't been able to turn it on yet. It's operated by the St. Johns River Water Management District. It's got a lot of support at the state government level. It's never been done it's never been done in the world. This will be the first time we've had anything of this magnitude go from a basin that was going into Black Creek. Black Creek goes into St. Johns River. It ends up at Mayport in the Atlantic Ocean. There's a chance to get that water back into Lake Geneva, Brooklyn Lake, and that'll recharge the aquifer. This aquifer goes in the entire state of Florida up to Valdosta, Georgia, in that Valdosta area. The water levels are important because it's kind of important to see where they're at and where they're going to be. The 100-year flood, whenever we get a hurricane coming through at Brooklyn, is 116.3. It's got to get up to 113 before it goes through a pipe that goes under 100 by Clay Electric's headquarters to drain into Keystone Lake, which is located in the middle of the neighborhood in the city limits. It's got to get up to 106. The average elevation around Brooklyn is growing up. It was 112, 113. So it's right now it's about 7 to 8 feet low. Keystone Lake is a small lake in the middle that's very low. From these numbers, it's 14 to 15 feet below where it should be. It has to get up to 107. Again, we're filling up this lake. It cascades down to Keystone Lake. Keystone Lake fills up to 107. It cascades to fill up Lake Geneva. Lake Geneva then fills up and goes over to a small pond located across 100 called, or it's a lake, but they call it Oldfield Pond. So these are there just to show you that that's how much water's got to go down there to happen. It's not going to be overnight, but projections have been that when they turn the pumps on, it could happen a year or two. The restoration project would be very unsafe if we don't take those trees down. They will not live. These are not cypress trees or water resistant trees. These are pine trees that you're making 2x4s out of, and they don't live in water. So when they fill up, they're not going to survive. They'll die. And with that, Scott, you want to come up and the amenities? We own a couple of boat ramps. Well, one boat ramp, one kayak ramp. The city of Keystone owns has a really nice pavilion down there, wedding venue, other issues. I know there's been a televised event, the surfing event. And then when Scott's finished, Karen can come up and talk to you about the finance part. Okay?
Thank you, Richard.
And we can have questions on all of it.
Got it.
Thank you. I appreciate your time. Scott Slater. I've been a Keystone Heights resident since 1985. I have 3 grandchildren in Clay County schools. I'm here as the president of Save Our Lakes organization. We are a civic organization. Our sole mission is to restore our lakes to previous aquifer drawdown impacts. So if you look at the St. Johns River Water Management Site, the reason that Lake Brooklyn and Lake Geneva are at historic lows is because the Florida population is at historic highs and the demand on the aquifer continues to increase. So if you look at the historical lake level datas, Brooklyn in particular in relationship to the aquifer levels, those graphs almost overlay each other. So as the aquifer drops, Brooklyn drops, which affects the chain of lakes. This entire chain is called the Etnia chain, actually starts at Blue Pond and Camp Blanding, Blue Pond to Lake Lowry, Lowry to Magnolia, Magnolia to Brooklyn, Brooklyn to Little Lake, to Keystone Lake, Keystone Lake to Geneva, Geneva to Hillcrest Lake, Oakfield Pond. It goes to Half Moon Lake, goes to Putnam Prairie, goes to Rice Creek. Rice Creek eventually ends up into the St. Johns River. So that entire freshwater chain of lakes is referred to as the Etnia chain.
You guys get all that?
Sorry,
No, that's
I hammer
impressive.
a lot of stuff into there.
And you got it top of mind, my man.
Yeah,
It's awesome.
and so Save Our Lakes organization has been very active in instituting the fruition of the Black Creek water recharge pipeline, and so that is a recharge for the Floridan aquifer. If you look at the St. Johns River Water Management statistics, that satisfies their water needs. If I'm not mistaken, it's for the next 20 years. So that 9.8 million gallons of water coming into that treatment area in Camp Blanding, coming into Brooklyn, raising Geneva, that allows for maximum recharge to the Floridan aquifer. I've done a little math, and so if the pipeline is flowing at maximum capacity, Lake Brooklyn will come up a half an inch per day. So it's a pretty significant increase. As the pool of water gets bigger, that takes longer time. We're coming here today to ask for contributions to finish what is referred to as the Geneva Restoration Project. So as Richard indicated in the slideshows, we're expecting Lake Geneva to change. Right now, it's going to be about 12 feet in water depth because I think we're down to, let me have that newsletter. I just wanted this. So I handed out these newsletters. This came hot off the presses this morning. Save Our Lakes puts these newsletters out once a month. Give us your email and we'll gladly email them to you electronically as well. But if you look on top right corner of page 3 or 4, we give that Brooklyn Lake elevation, Geneva Lake elevation, Black Creek elevation to our constituents every month so that we know whether it's going up or coming down. And obviously, when we see that South Florida Black Creek come up to a flow level at 25 MGD or greater, then they can turn the pumps on. When it reaches 30, they turn the second pump on. When it reaches 35, they turn the third pump on. When it reaches 40, they turn the fourth, and we're getting our full recharge, 10 million gallons per day. The treatment area in Blanding is about done to where it can treat at 10 million gallons per day. So all we're waiting for is rain to restore Black Creek to give us the recharge. Save Our Lakes hosted mailings to all Lake Geneva residents, 432 residents. We hosted a meeting at Trinity Baptist Church when we were first kicking this program off the ground. And we've tried to provide updates on the lake and the restoration project every month to get it to the finish line in fruitation. Through your county engineering and your county purchasing department, they were able to secure a grant. I'll let Karen get into the numbers, but Save Our Lakes has a lot of time invested in this, and I want you to picture a couple things. If you've ever been to Rodman Reservoir, when they flood that, the trees died, and the entire perimeter of Rodman Reservoir is dead trees. Moving to Keystone back in 1985, I fished this lake as a teenager, 18, 19 years old, with my wife's grandfather, and it was a continuous. You can navigate from one body of water to the next. So because of the drawdown of the Florida aquifer, it's allowed a forest to grow where there once used to be lake. And so if we don't take the forest out before the lake comes back, it's going to look like Rodman Reservoir. And those dead trees create a hazard for the recreation activities that happen on that lake. What we're trying to do is get that hazard gone. And I'm going to turn you back to the newsletter. And if you look at the photographs on page 1 and 2, those are 4 days old. And if you look really close, you see dead trees along the perimeter of that. But because Mother Nature has put us in a drought, right now all those dead trees are on dry ground. So if we can get the entire harvest of all those trees off the lake done now, we don't have to worry about stumps underwater or things that create additional hazards. So now is the key to have that project fully funded. They have a contract with a contractor that's willing to do the work. And what we're here today is to try to seek additional funds. To connect your dots, you talk about, does this drive tourists? So Game On Triathlon, that your gentleman who spoke earlier is trying to tie up, that's Lake Geneva. Motor Surf, Lake Geneva. Pro Watercross, Lake Geneva. And then fishing tourism, as a person who fished this lake, great fishing lake, both Brooklyn and Geneva. I've seen, 13-pound bass brought out of both of those bodies of water over the years. And so once we get the impact of the pipeline and that water comes back, all we're trying to do is ensure the safety of the people that are trying to navigate boats around this water. And so we're asking you to help get us to the finish line and finish that project. Any questions for me?
Scott, one thing I just want to say is I really truly commend your advocacy. It's been a long day. Someone told me a long time ago, you must be present to win. And anytime there's an opportunity to advocate for the lakes, you're there. And as a Clay County guy myself, good job. I mean, just keep pounding the drum. I mean, it's really, this is the first time that I've heard the full history of it. It's very interesting, and it's for someone that loves nature and loves natural resources, it's really sad is what it is. But it's also really impressive that Clay County is going to be the place that is going to create this engineering model that is going to essentially save this, which is awesome. So I just wanted to say, before our next speaker, just it's awesome. Good.
Well,
good work.
and thank you. And so I am the new president of Save Our Lakes. I've actually been a member of probably most of the Save Our Lakes organizations back to Lake Brooklyn Civic Association in 1988. Coaching softball and soccer kind of pulled me away for a little bit, but now that I have the time, I've filled Vivian Katz James' shoes as president just this last year. The true accolades really goes to Vivian. So,
Yeah, awesome.
yeah.
How many public access points are there on?
Two. So Fifth Street Boat Ramp, which is, if you look at as Richard explains, the little circle, perfect circle to the right, kind of
Okay.
middle of
Yeah.
map along State 100,
Uh-huh.
that is the Fifth Street Boat Ramp.
Yep.
That is a Clay County owned ramp.
Right.
And actually, Clay County owns a significant chunk of property right there. And so when we get the trees gone and we get the water from the Black Creek pipeline recharging the lake, plan on needing to expand the boat ramp. So it will turn into a gem of the community. Very clear water lake, hard sand bottom, pristine place to go swimming with the family. So
And this may be more of a, you probably know the answer though, but when is the estimated time to turn it on?
Mother Nature answers that question.
Gotcha.
So until we get rain and an adequate level, they cannot, because of harm downstream, they can't pump water until it's available.
Gotcha. Okay, so it's ready. It's just waiting on the rain.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
to give you an idea, so we haven't had much rain. I think that we just got a half an inch in Keystone this last rain. There was 3/4 before that. We did get I think it was a Saturday evening, Sunday rain that generated about 1.25 inches. That within 7 hours flooded Black Creek where they could run all 4 pumps. It's a very flashy creek because the Belmore Forest is a infill area for that. And so it doesn't take much rain to be able to run the pumps.
And then I guess my follow-up question would be, how much do we have the ability to turn the pumps on and off based on rain? Or is it a deal where we're gonna need some substantial rain to get it going?
So the system is designed and set up by the Water Management District to run automatic. And so there's sensors that
Like a float switch kind of thing, yeah.
that sense the creek level, and so when that creek level reaches a certain level, it'll turn on one pump, the second pump comes on, third pump comes on, and in reverse, that reverse action happens as the creek starts to decline. So
Again, being
It'll all be clear.
my family's in the my mom's family's in the 1870 census in Bradford. Probably since then, we went to 4th of July at Keystone Pavilion. And so that area, that even though it's city-owned, that was the biggest fireworks for a long time, forever. There's a kayak launch, which, that would be just down the street from there. Also kind of discovered some other county-owned properties as you do research on that are unimproved. But 3rd Street goes into the lake. There's a trailer park using it now. We're actually going to use that street as one of our exit points for the contractor. So it definitely, as a kid growing up, Brooklyn was where we went and skied, and Geneva was where you went and fished. That's where the old people went. So, but it is we had a big meeting with Commissioner Condon, a town hall meeting for Melrose Road paving. And I don't know, 100 or so plus showed up at the pavilion, and it was a really nice public facility. That's what this picture is from the lake, and that's a city-owned property, but, they are in the county.
Right.
So to put that in perspective, you're looking at that picture of the pavilion. When the lake is full, pumps turn off at 103 elevation. That water's about 5 piling deeps under that building. So you're actually standing on a dock.
Doesn't the water go to the pavilion, under the pavilion?
It does. It goes 5 piling. If you count 5 pilings back, that's about where the 102 elevation is. If you go to Keystone Pavilion, walk out on the patio in the back and go to the left-hand side, there's a 101.2 survey marker right there. And the water's going to come about 2 feet above that when you're standing on that pavilion. So from an aesthetics and what's going to happen if we don't get all these trees harvested is you're going to stand on that pavilion and look at dead pines.
Yeah.
So,
And Teddy, the previous tourism director, we had a event here. I don't know a lot about it. I attended it, but it was a televised event at the pavilion that was moto surfing. Do you have any details on it?
I mean, we've had moto surf, we've had motocross. I think with there's multitude of options really with the lake coming back. I mean, I think that's really the truth, right? And so the ability to show the increase of the water and as the lake kind of comes up makes it much more appealing to an event rights holder. I mean, can we do it now? There's probably some limitations with like the game on triathlon and more succinct things. But with the expansion of it and the water coming up, I mean, it's sky's the limit, really, to be fair. And honestly, it would be a good problem for us to have with Airstream to work on finding the right things to fit.
And Jamie Booth, you want to say something, Vivian? Okay. Jamie's here, the city manager. He wants to tell you about a fish they caught last week. Go ahead, Vivian. He didn't catch the fish. Oh.
Vivian Catch James, Save Our Lakes organization. I can't remember how many decades ago, at least one, maybe 1.5 decades ago, I was before the county commission talking about the gem of Keystone Heights, okay? If you think about Clay County, to me, there are zones of Clay County. There is the business zone, which I call Orange Park. You got the mall, so on and so forth. Okay, you've got Green Cove Springs, that's the government hub. You've got Middleburg, that's the agricultural. Keystone is your tourism. I mean, it is your tourism, and that's what I said a long time ago. And we finally now have the Black Creek Project, which Brooklyn will respond very quickly. It will, when they get this going, and the district did their studies, 75% of the time, they will be able to take water off of Black Creek, 75% of the time. And we're now tracking that CFS, that 25 CFS. We can go on and look at that online. There was a rain event, I'll say 2 or 3 weeks ago, that we got maybe an inch and a quarter of rain at Keystone and Middleburg and Stark. It went above the 25 CFS for almost 3 days, okay? And that's with almost no rain around. So like I said, it's flashing, so it will bring the water. So as soon as this happens, tourism is going to go crazy, I think. You look at your sports complex, 15 miles from Keystone, okay? I can see right now that people are already buying up little cottages around there and renovating them with the idea of renting them. And I think there was some, whatever it is, the Airbnb type of thing. I think talking with one of the county commissioners, I won't mention names, but saying, we need to do something in the commission to tap onto that to be able to get the tourism dollars off of that. But anyway, I thank you for the time today. I'll call this money very well spent. So thank you.
And Miss Vivian, I echo the same sentiments that I told Scott. I mean, you guys are the dynamic duo, and you're always together, and I really do appreciate, you guys keeping. You are.
Make sure it's alert.
I like it. Jamie, come on up.
I'll be as brief as possible. Once again, Jamie Booth, City Manager, Keystone Heights. I grew up in Keystone Heights. I've just touched on a couple of things I don't think we have hit on. Ms. Evans, you asked about how many public access points are on the lake. The 2 Clay County boat docks, we looked at Keystone Heights Beach. That's also got a kayak launch that's integrated into it. One of the interesting things about Keystone Beach, it is a major point of recreation, not for just the citizens of Keystone Heights, which is only 1,500. It's the greater Keystone Heights area, or anybody that's visiting, and you're talking 20,000 plus folks. Most of the time when I go down to Keystone Beach, it's not Keystone Heights residents, and we're happy to host them. So it's in, the other thing, I don't know if we're gonna go through the cost of the contract, but the state has kicked in funds, county's kicked in funds, the city's kicked in. We're up $41,000 in to fund this restoration project. And so we just hope that the TDC can come alongside us so we can get the whole thing done. Big safety hazards out there if we don't get all the large trees out of that. And then I think there'll probably still be a volunteer effort to come in and do some more work in the lake bed in areas that we can't touch right now. This contract is really getting after the major forested areas. And I'll highlight old growth forest. This is 40, 50-foot pine trees. It's hard to tell from when you're looking at the aerial surveys or the aerial photos, but these are massive trees that need to come out, or we'll have quite a mess on our hands in a few years. So thanks so much, and we appreciate y'all's support.
Thanks, Jamie.
We recently had a Facebook post. Catherine, our PIO, was down at an event at Lake Region Prosperity Partners last Thursday, and a guy caught a 7 or 8 pound bass out there. That's probably one of the most talked about events on our Facebook page. And so we talk about business development and all that. It didn't click for me how important fishing is. And we have folks down there fishing all the time. And then you just see people just piling on and going, oh, that's a small one. I got a 10 pounder out there. It blew up. We had about 1,000 folks getting on there making comments. So it's another part of economic development that I hadn't thought about. So it's a gem out there.
Yeah, it's kind of a history lesson of the people, it's not a fish story, Commissioner. So any questions for me on the technical side, and Karen's ready to come up and discuss any questions y'all have on finances.
No, we'll go ahead.
So I haven't seen a dollar
That's the
amount.
thing, yeah.
And I
It's
haven't,
coming.
I looked through all my paperwork, I haven't seen a dollar amount. I think,
She's
you know,
got the big head of hers.
driving through, the water is down. It is sad to see the water down. And I think somebody failed that area a long time ago with all the development that was per se caused this. Questions that I would have is, again, back to tourism, how does it benefit tourism? And I know we're talking about motocross and other things. Is there any plans to restock the lake?
Oh, absolutely.
And how big is the boat ramp? How many boats can it accommodate?
I'll let Justin, we have our pre-construction meeting to begin this project on Wednesday. We've invited a game warden from FWC, as well as Andy Landborn, the Florida Forestry representative for this area, to talk about the burn stuff. Well, that's a very good question about restocking. They're not gonna restock what's out there now, obviously. I mean, the biggest lake, I don't know where they caught that fish, but it was not in the 1,600 acre Lake Geneva. That's a very good question to do that, and I'm sure it will be done properly as soon as it gets to the correct level.
The request from the TDC is $140,000. $140,000.
And that's out of reserves, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
140.
Yes.
I want to chime in one more time. I heard the question about how many boat slips are there? Was that the
Well,
question?
I know there's how many there are, but how many boats can it accommodate?
As far as parking?
Yes, sir.
We're in the process of working with a consultant for designs of expanding the actual boat ramp. The issue we have, if you're out there, the concrete that exists now is the county's property, and we own a piece of property to the north of that, heading toward 100. We're in conversations with the Division of State Lands now, because everything on the side that's currently underwater, not all of that's going to be water, and there's a potential to expand, so we would need their permissions to do that expansion project. But our park system master plan includes future amenities, restrooms, fishing piers, and expanding parking improvements, but we're in those discussions to expand wider than what the concrete allows. So currently it's a drive-in, slip, drop your boat, but we're going to need expanded parking, and we're having those conversations now in anticipation of the project being completed.
A question that I have, and I know there's a varying amount of money that has went into this, but off the top of anyone's from staff, like state appropriations, where I know the city of Keystone, I saw last meeting, I think it was 49,000. What's been contributed so far?
I think Karen has the actual numbers.
Okay, cool.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm the purchasing director, so I have some information to share about the bid and actually the county funding. So you've heard that the county has funding. We really support Keystone area. We have funding for our parks, our boat ramps. County allocated $200,000 specifically towards the lake projects. So we used some for some ADA ramps. And we had to apply for the permit. So with our funding, we paid for permit, advertising the permits, the things that we have to do requirement-wise for permits. So of that, we have $154,000, $467,000 remaining. We did go to Tallahassee and lobby this project a lot. We had a lot of support from our legislators, so we got legislative line item funding in the amount of $250,000. And then, as you've heard, the city of Keystone approved funding in the amount of $41,000. So that's a total of $445,467 that we have committed to the project. We are going to have conversations, they've already started with Bradford to see if they could kick in, especially for the area closest to them. We had bid this project in what I call restoration areas, and Richard hit on that some. So we tried to be as flexible with the bid and get as much done of the project as we could, because we knew funding was an issue or a little bit of a concern. So with that, we added a lot of bid alternates. So alternates would include like burning on site, using some volunteer help, things like that. So overall, the project would be $524,500, and that's if we're in like the perfect world. So we would need a commitment of at least $80,000 if everything lined up. But today we're asking for up to $140,000 because we do have some concerns that we're not going to be able to burn everything on site. As you know, we're not in a burn ban yet, but there's a lot of concerns with burning. So we may have to pivot to some of these other alternates that we have. So it's asking for up to 140. We're going to use all of these other funds before we would start to use the TDC funds. So that's why the ask is 140,000.
One thing that I just want to say to the council is, because I totally understand that most of you do not want to start the process of constantly getting reserve requests. Neither do I. I'm just going to say that. Neither do I. With that being said, I think we've let staff know our intention of coming up with a plan, right? And there's also something to be said about reserves. They're called reserves for a reason, right? But with that being said, with this specific project, especially with the state delegation getting involved, the city has skin in the game, and for the city of Keystone, $50,000 is a lot of money. So, I mean, the fact that they're stepping up to the table, I also like to hear it's up to 140. I think that this is an opportunity for us to do our part with all the other partners that have contributed for a potential increase in tourism activity, right? So, but I just wanted to go on the record to say, by no way am I trying to say we're going to start opening up reserve requests. I mean, I know tonight it's happened twice, which hasn't happened since I've been on the TDC. But I just wanted to say that.
And the trees, with the water coming up, the trees need to be gone. Do we know what size trees that will be left? I mean, is there a certain size that they're only taking?
Keep in mind that the lake right now is at about 92 feet, and that when the water comes up, the lake's at 102.9 or 103 is when the pumps are off. And so basically, all the trees along the perimeter of the lake are going to die, with the exception of, I think Mr. Booth and myself trudged through some woods, and we did identify some cypress trees that have been flagged to be saved. Those will stay. But you're going to see oaks, sweet gums, all of the vegetation that's grown up over the last 30 to 50 years will die once it's submerged. And what we're trying to do is restore that to Lake Geneva. Back in '85, when I moved to Keystone, none of those trees were there. You're looking at trees that have had 50 years to grow. And so there's 30-inch diameter pine trees that, if left, will die, will tip over and turn into a 30-inch floating log that somebody's going to hit in the middle of the night on a boat. So
How far, a question I have is, how far from the current water level to the expected water level, how much distance are we talking?
hundreds of yards in some areas.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
In the pavilion, for instance, that's a pretty steep area. It may be 300 feet. Over in area 2, which is the lower part above the labeling of Lake Geneva area map, it may be 2,000 feet. It is state-owned property, keep that in mind, which means from daylight to dark, that's where the four-wheelers are.
Mm-hmm.
They are legally are allowed to go there. And they have basically created, it may be one of the greatest places ever to do that, because it's all sand. I mean, it's really like going on a 800-acre beach now. So let me answer your question. Every tree above 4 inches will be cut down. Every tree will be cut down out there. The ones above 4 inches are what they call merchantable. They may be able to actually get some money for that. If you're following the diameter The diameter breast height, that was from my FFA days. Everybody should know that, but maybe move. That's the diameter of a tree breast height, which is really this high off the ground. So if you know anything about logging, our Clay Hill, West Fraser plant closed. The one in Lake Butler on 100 as you're going to Lake City, it closed. There's only one place, one sawmill left in this part of Florida, and that's one up around Hilliard, I think. That's the only one left. We're going to build a couple thousand houses in the next few years in Clay County. That wood's coming from Canada. I don't know why, but it is. I don't know if it has to do with, whatever it has to do with, it's put a lot of people, family, friends of mine, out of work. So the trees and the pines don't have the value they had just 5 years ago. And so therefore, we really, when we started this, went to the church full of people. This one little lady said, I followed the money trail. The county's going to steal it. I said, I hope God hears that, because I pray there'll be a money trail. Because I knew that these sawmills didn't close because they got tired of cutting logs. They closed because there was no market for it. So they are also taking the ones that are smaller than 4 inches, cutting them down for us. They're going to grind those up, and City of Gainesville, that's how they produce electricity. They burn the chips. And so they're hauling them to Gainesville. Currently, they need some, which is really good. They may not need any tomorrow. That's how, or next week, that's how quickly that changes. So it'll be all the trees that are above 4 inches. The volunteers work we're talking about, we got quite an army down there of volunteers with the folks. If I turned on the level that showed the lots, you would see maybe, what, 400 or 500 lots on the lake?
430, yeah, 432.
Yeah. We had one opposed to it that wanted us to save his trees. And he's right next to the boat ramp. He may not have gone to arborist school because he does not have cypress trees on his property. He's got 2, but he'll find out. You know, we didn't get into any sort of a contest. We excluded him from the project. That was in writing. So there's unanimous support almost out there. We will have plenty of support to clean this up if it comes to that.
And also, I mean, I know we touched on some of these things, like that's advertised on CBS, the motorsports, but even us, like with our Kiwanis, we do a kayak bass fishing tournament, and that brings in people, and everything's at Lake Geneva. So I mean, this would really help Keystone to
And there is
to have
no
these trees
public
taken
boating
out.
access to it now. I mean,
Right.
that boat ramp will get you in an area
Right.
not much bigger than our parking lot and buildings of this whole complex area. So
There will be public boat ramp, right?
there will be what?
Public boat ramp.
Once
One.
the water
Yeah.
comes back.
It'll be open. No, there's a public boat ramp now.
Okay.
It'll be opened.
You're
said
saying
they
it's
use
not accessible? Okay,
It's-
gotcha.
It launches into a small pond right now that will
Yep.
become a lake.
Yeah, the lake's not accessible. The boat ramp is, but you would be, you're fishing in just a small 50-acre area
Right.
versus 1,600 acres.
I just have a couple questions real quick. So if I understand it correctly, $524,000 project. You've got 444,000 committed. You're 80,000 short. You're asking for 140.
Up to, yeah.
Up to 140. If we commit to 140, do any of that uncommitted money then get pulled to go somewhere else? Or does that stay committed?
It would stay for this project. We're only approving up to for this specific project. If they didn't use it, go
Right.
back and reserve.
I guess what I'm asking is, should we only approve up to 80 since that's what they're short?
The bid documents are broken into 5 parts. Areas 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. We ranked the areas as the most required. 1 is around the boat ramp. We got to do that. I feel like if this lake fills up, we open that boat ramp up, somebody has an accident, I'll worry about the liability that we possibly could have. Or maybe we'll never reopen it. Area 3 was that stretch in the middle, which is called Nelson's Point. That area is higher than the rest of the lake bed. Those trees have had the longest to grow. It's all state-owned property. It's not privately owned. That will probably be the most merchantable timber on site. And then area 4 is a small gap that leads to that lake in the very southwest corner, the farthest south corner. Areas 2 is a big lake, there's a big blue area above Baker Road. And then area 5 is just on the very tip of the northwest corner of the lake, north being straight up. So we're gonna do 1, 3, and 4 with the pre-con meeting scheduled for Wednesday at 1 o'clock.
Troy, go ahead.
Let me slide in here and try to answer the other half of the question. So
Assistant County Manager Troy. Newman.
Assistant County Manager, sorry about that, oversee the budget and, so as Ms. Smith alluded to, you know, the extra 60,000 is in case we end up in a burn ban and we can't burn the stuff on site or other issues. The commitment from the county in the budget is to spend all the other monies that we have allocated first and foremost. The tourism money would be used basically as last resort. So if we end up, everything works perfectly, we can burn everything on site, we only need 80, then we're only gonna use the 80, the other 60 will go stay in your fund. And just for clarity on how that works, it's not like we take the money out and we transfer it out to somewhere else and there's no record of it. It's gonna stay in your tourism fund. When we issue the purchase order, we'll issue the purchase order with multiple lines on it. So you'll clearly say, this amount of money came from this source, this amount of money came from the tourism. So you'll be able to see it clearly in the budget that we did not go above and beyond. So I think that answers your question. Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you to all of our presenters. Any further discussion? Good questions. I'll entertain a motion.
I would definitely put a motion for the 140. This is a I mean, for us to get things going for Lake Geneva, we definitely have to have those trees out.
I got a motion on the floor for approval up to $140,000 for the Lake Geneva Restoration Project. You have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Neil. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Yes or no? It's okay. No, okay, gotcha. Motion carries 6-1. Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, old business, item number 12, upcoming events. Stephanie.
Okay, so as you can see, we are getting back into event season here in Clay County. Food Truck Fridays are back first Friday of the month in Spring Park in Green Cove Springs. Some notable events, we have the 10th Annual Strawberry Fest coming to the Clay County Fairgrounds. The 2026 Spring Fling is going to be at the Keystone Airport. Clay County Fair, April 2nd through the 12th. We will be announcing our ticket giveaway. Cher's going to put that out here soon on our socials, so keep an eye out for that. And then we have 2026 Eco Fest at Camp Chihuahua coming this summer. Again, if you guys have any events, please submit them. You can scan for all the events here, or you can go to our website and submit your event to our events calendar.
Awesome. Thank you very much. All right. Teddy, you got anything else? Good?
No, all good.
All good? Anything else from the council? With our next meeting?
Our next meeting is Wednesday, May 6th, 3:30, right here. We will be skipping July. We know we have a lot of people out, so enjoy your 4th of July, but we'll see you before then. And then we will have a September meeting. That will be our last meeting before the end of the fiscal year.
Awesome.
It's the first Wednesday. I think it's September 6th. 2nd, yes.
Awesome.
I'll get those calendar invites out.
All right. Well, if there's nothing else for the good of the order, thank you to all of our presenters today, and thank you to the council, and meeting adjourned.
Okay.